And he's president starting next.
Good morning, everyone. It is past 9 o'clock, so we're going to convene our September 26th Board of Supervisors meeting. Madam Clerk, if you call the roll.
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Lopez appearing via video conference.
And we're going to go to our county council to make an announcement for Supervisor Lopez to be able to join us via Zoom today.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, members of the board. Supervisor Lopez has a communicable illness and therefore wishes to invoke the just cause exemption under AB 2449. He may participate remotely under that exemption, and there is no need to vote on his participation that way under just cause. Supervisor Lopez, would you confirm that you are sick?
Yes, I am sick. Thank you, County Council and Mr. Chair.
Okay, now we'll just go to the additions or corrections for a closed session by county council.
There are none today, Chair.
Okay, this is our 9 o'clock closed session agenda, so these are items numbers 1A through E. This is the time for the public to make public comment on any of these closed session agenda items before we recess for closed session. See nobody in chambers, nobody online today. Give it a few seconds. If you could please raise your hand if you're online to make public comment, we'll recognize you for 2 minutes to speak. But see none, then we'll recess and we'll be back at 10:30, everyone. Thank you. Or do we have, we have the call to order the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. Let's call the roll again for that.
Yes,
for the record.
good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Lopez appearing via video conference.
And ditto on what we said previously for him to be able to join us by Zoom. Any additions or corrections for closed session on this one?
There are none, Chair.
Okay, and this, on this agenda, there's only closed session item 1A. This is time for the public to make any comment on those. I don't see anybody coming forward in chambers. Anybody online? There's no one, so let's recess and we'll be back at 10:30. Thank you.
Yes.
ADA. Mic check. Podium mic.
So the staff one, so when you go there, you gotta turn it on. There you go, that's staff right.
Oh, stuff right.
And this one is staff left.
Staff left.
All right, then you just go up to
Wendy Askew, Wendy Root Askew.
Clerk's mic.
Supervisor Adams, Supervisor Adams.
Glenn Church. I didn't hear it in the speakers.
That's okay. If she says it's good, then you can just.
Wireless 1.
Where's the mic for Lopez? Oh, no mic for you.
Administrative officer.
Wireless 2, Wireless 2.
Luis Alejo. It's Luis Alejo.
Clerk 2, Clerk 2.
All right, running a little bit behind everyone. We're going to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting. Madam Clerk, if you call the roll, please.
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Lopez appearing via video conference. Supervisor Lopez's remote appearance is pursuant to the just cause exception AB 2449 due to illness.
Anything further, County Council, for Supervisor Lopez? We did this at 9 o'clock, but,
No, that's correct. Nothing further is needed at this time.
okay, perfect. All right, we're going to go to our announcement by Spanish interpreter, Diego Celis.
Muy buenos días, mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré su intérprete español-inglés, inglés-español para la reunión de hoy. Si está planeando un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, favor hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor hacer una pausa al final de la oración para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Diego. And if we could all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, I'll ask our colleague, Supervisor Askew, if she could lead us today. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Supervisor Askew. Now, we're now going to go to additions or corrections by our clerk.
Yes, there's one correction to item number 5 under ceremonial resolutions. A revised ceremonial resolution was received.
All right, thank you very much. So now we are going to ceremonial resolutions. These are items 2 through, I believe, 13 today. Do any of my colleagues want to speak to any of the resolutions? Do any members of the public want to speak on any of these resolutions? See nobody in chambers, nobody online, then I'll ask for a motion and a second. Moved by Askew, seconded by Adams. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Oh, we need to do roll call because,
Yeah.
roll call because Supervisor Lopez is on Zoom. Yeah.
Supervisor Church? Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Askew? Aye. Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Alejo.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Okay, let's go to presentations of these resolutions today. And to start us off, we'll ask Sheriff Tina Nieto to come forward. And this is a resolution commending Deputy Lanny Tipton upon his retirement of 26 years of public service with the Monterey County Sheriff's Department.
Thank you, everybody. This is always the best part of being the sheriff. And it's not to say goodbye to the deputies, obviously, but it's really to celebrate with them. You know, quite an accomplishment. This is a hard business to be in. Working for the government is a hard business to be in for anybody. You all know that the best sitting here on the dais. But Lanny, who we're here to honor, he spent 26 years in law enforcement. And that's, to me, a great feat. It's almost 3 decades of service to their communities. And so today, we're here not only to present the resolution, Lanny, and I'm not going to read it all, but I'm going to give you the highlights of what goes on that Lanny did to the crowd. So he came on in 1995. He spent 26 years in law enforcement, like we talked about. He actually retired in 2021. We're a little late. I apologize, Lanny, but better late than never. And that is why he looks so relaxed, because he's been retired for a few years already. So, but while he worked for the Sheriff's Department, he worked jail, patrol, civil. He was a lake deputy. That must have been a hard job on San Antonio Lake. Your town was probably great at that time. But he also received the Sheriff's Meritorious Award back in 2009. Lanny was a tactical flight officer. He was a firearms instructor for us. He taught critical incident. And most importantly, when the drone program started, Lanny was the first person to be the supervisor in that unit. And so we're very proud of you. We have a couple things to play catch up. Here's your 25-year pin. Honor that. Wear it on everything. It's green. And we also, for retired law enforcement, we also get them a plaque that has the badge on it to honor their service and retirement. And so let's give you this plaque. And also, Lanny, you brought your family here with you to celebrate this. We'll grab these. And Lanny, if you could real quickly introduce your family.
First and foremost, my wife, Tricia, my son, Patrick, daughter, Paula, mother, Lupe, father, Daniel, my niece, Melanie, sister, Christina, niece, Mika, sister, having a part. Francis, Danny, it's pressure up here, brother Danny, and my dog Ariel's back there somewhere.
Awesome.
And nephew Kyle.
Okay. Is there anybody else?
I think that's about it. That's half the audience, so.
No? Okay. So, Lanny, congratulations. Thank you.
Congratulations, Deputy Tipton. Thank you for your service to Monterey County. And thank you to all the family for coming out today, celebrating his retirement as well. Next, we have two more resolutions, and these are going to be presented by Supervisor Askew.
Okay, so I'll invite you both up. And what we have today, I need a microphone. There we go. Hello. Okay. We wanted to thank Dr. Harris and Julie Edgecombe for their service on the Central California Alliance for Health as the Board of Commissioners. The Central California Alliance for Health is an award-winning regional nonprofit health plan which uses the state's county organized health system model and serves members in Merced, Monterey, and Santa Cruz counties. We'll be expanding into 2 additional counties, and so there's been a change to the way that the Board of Commissioners is organized. And unfortunately, Monterey County is losing 2 seats on the Alliance for Health Board. Otherwise, we would love to have both Julie and Dr. Harris continue representing us. They've been phenomenal advocates for our Monterey County Medi-Cal membership. I'll start with Julie, and you can correct me if I've got any of this wrong. But Julie Edgecombe has over 40 years of work experience in human services, including criminal justice, secondary and post-secondary education, vocational rehab, and significantly with Monterey County Health Clinic management. Before retiring in late 2019, Julie Edgecombe was our ambulatory service administrator for Natividad Medical Center and the Monterey County Health Department, with responsibility for our 12 primary care and multi-specialty clinics. Julie has served on the Central Coast Alliance for Health Board for the last 20-something years, first as a representative from the health department and most recently as a representative of our public. Her expertise and commitment to ensuring that we have the highest quality health care delivered through our Medi-Cal managed care plan has been second to none. You've left a tremendous imprint on the services that are provided, and it won't be the same on the Alliance Board without you, Julie. So thank you. I also wanted to recognize Dr. Chad Harris, who is currently who is a family medicine hospitalist and an HIV clinic provider who's board certified by both the American Board of Family Medicine and the American Board of Preventative Medicine in clinical informatics. I didn't know that. Learn something new every day. Dr. Harris received his medical degree from the Medical College of Virginia, Virginia Commonwealth University, and completed his family medicine internship and residency at Contra Costa Regional Medical Center. Dr. Harris is currently our CEO at Natividad Medical Center, where he previously had worked and served as our Chief Medical Officer of Quality Assurance and Chief of Staff. So thank you for your service. Dr. Harris has served on the Central California Alliance for Health Board for the past 3 years-ish, but also a really significant voice representing publicly owned hospitals, community hospitals, and the need to have hospital systems integrated within our healthcare system. And for our Medi-Cal members, having that voice is important, and we will miss having your expertise in that space. But I wanted to just make sure that we recognize and honor you both for the work that you've done on the Alliance Board. And we have some resolutions. So Julie, I'll give you a chance to make any comments. And we'll proceed with this.
I just want to thank all the supervisors for allowing me to work with and for Monterey County for many years, and thank you for this recognition.
And to Dr. Harris.
Thank you, much appreciated, and always happy to serve in whatever capacity that could be for all the residents of Monterey County and then the broader state as well. So thank you, much appreciated.
Thank you. Well, and I think I just noticed a correction, so we'll get that taken care of. But thank you. Okay, we'll take a picture.
We'll get it fixed. Last but not least, she couldn't join us here today, our next recipient of this resolution, but I'm going to ask some of her colleagues, Ariana Hurtado and Kim Moore, to come receive this resolution recognizing Yvonne Walker, PhD, upon her retirement after 35 years of public service to Monterey County. She's not here, so you got to come. I know she couldn't make it today, last minute, but we did have this plan to recognize her. She began her career with the County of Monterey back on May 6, 1988. Where was I in 1988? With the county's administrative department as the first child care coordinator, where she spearheaded the implementation of the county's first dependent care services for working parents. She went on to establish a lot of different other programs in the county, and I got a whole list here of what she accomplished here. But then in 1997, she collaborated with the National Economic Development Law Center to introduce child care as a local economic development issue in Monterey County through the Economic Impact Study of Child Care, where partnerships were developed with the business and agriculture industry, government and planning departments, media outreach, and financial institutions. She was one of the 8 individuals back in 1998 to be recognized by First Lady Hillary Clinton for the Amazing Women of 1998 Red Book Magazine Award for the development of the on-site child care center with parent education program as part of Natividad Medical Center's one-stop family center collaborative. She also was under the direction of under the director of human resources. She initiated the Human Resources Department's first strategic plan and completed all of its initiatives for the recruitment unit. Yvonne Walker also served as one of our coordinators of the Disaster Services Worker Program during the Pajaro flood emergency as well. So the County of Monterey commends Yvonne Walker, PhD, on her continued success in her retirement, and therefore the Board of Supervisors, on behalf of all our residents, recognize, commends, and thanks Yvonne Walker for her many exceptional achievements, professionalism, and commitment to the County of Monterey. We want to, in her absence, we want to give her a round of applause, and her colleagues will receive her resolution. I don't know if you want to make any statements, but I know she can watch this later, or maybe she's watching from home.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. I would just like to say I've worked with Yvonne since I came, which has been about 22 years now. And reading this resolution, I was just blown away by all of the things that she has accomplished and the new initiatives and so forth that she brought to our county. I had no idea. And I'm just really, I'm really proud to be standing up here with Ariana and Supervisor Alejo to accept this on her behalf. And I wish her well and Rod well in their retirement. And thank you so much. Did you want to say something? No. Okay.
All right, Yvonne, wherever you're at, we want to thank Monterey County really thanks you. 35 years is your whole career here with us. So we're really grateful in making Monterey County a better place to work and live for its residents as well. So thank you very much. Muchas gracias. Happy retirement. Thank you. We're going to keep moving on here. We're going to appointments, items number 14 and 15 only. Anybody want to comment on the appointments? Do any members of the public want to comment on items 14 and 15? Seeing none, could we entertain a motion?
Also moved.
Moved by Adams, seconded by Askew. Let's do a roll call vote.
Supervisor Church. Supervisor Lopez.
Yes.
Supervisor Root Askew. Aye. Supervisor Adams.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Lejos.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. We're going to approval of the consent agenda items. These are items number 24 through 36. Do any of my colleagues want to pull or speak on any of the items? Seeing none, then we'll go to members of the public. Do anyone from the public want to comment on items 24 through 36, our consent agenda, listed as item number 16? See nobody coming forward, nobody on Zoom. We'll entertain a motion.
So move to approve the consent agenda.
Moved by Church, seconded by Askew. All those, let's go to a roll call.
Yes. Supervisor Church.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew. Supervisor Adams.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Alejo.
Aye. We will now go to item number 17. These are general public comments for items not on today's agenda, but within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors. This is the time to come forward, so we'll allow up to 2 minutes. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Chandler Rowland. I'm a resident of Marina. My subject is the rejection of the MST SURF project. This morning, my subject is the MST SURF project express passenger ridership numbers from the Marina Transit Station to the Seaside Sand City Transit Station. On 2 occasions, I requested the above Route 20 bus trip ridership information for 2022, and MST responded by email as follows. August 16th, 2023, MST does not retain stop-level passenger data from Marina to Sand City and back. September 6, 2023, stating MST does not currently report this data. Therefore, for 2022, the Monterey public is unable to determine the number of passengers riding the only Express Route 20 bus trips between Marina and Seaside Sand City. 2 major factors must be considered when approving any proposed new public transit bus lanes: the present total passenger riders and the passenger ridership once the bus lanes are completed. And MST indicates a questionable, inaccurate 880,000 the first year. On these 2 factors, the MST SURF project has failed to inform and has actually misled the Monterey public regarding accurate passenger ridership. I request that each member of the board reject the present MST SURF project and consider other available MST alternative options. MST must not be allowed to destroy our 6 miles of environmental landscape and our portions of our coastal recreation trail between Marina and Sand City.
Thank you. Perfect time, sir. And also, you could also make your comments to the full Monterey Salinas Transit Board at their next meeting, October 9th at 10 o'clock, in person or on Zoom. We'll go to the next person.
Good morning, Board. My name is Eloise Shim, and I'm here to, as a recipient of the housing subsidy with the Housing Authority, which I've gratefully lived in a housing unit in Salinas, which I'm happy with. Since last October, I've lived in the unit, but my housing manager informed me that there would be a lease increase, which I expected. What I didn't expect was how much the increase would be. Since I live in a local senior housing complex and I'm on a fixed income, I was shocked to see that the increase was close to 100%. And since all my neighbors say that they haven't had a 100% increase in 10 years cumulatively, that's the reason for my shock. Also, my housing manager assured me that the housing authority would cover the increase, but I'm reluctant to believe that since they've committed to a fixed amount up to October 2024. So if the county has an expert that I can speak to, since this is the first time I've received a housing subsidy and I'm not familiar with the normal process, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I'm dealing with another similar issue, so I'm willing to share my thoughts on that also. Okay, next person, Chambers. Now we'll go to those online.
Okay, thank you. I have a small presentation for you all.
One whole minute.
We won't start your time till.
Oh.
And then if you want to go to the next slide, you can just hit right or the space bar.
Space bar, thank you. Good morning, Chair Alejo, members of the board,
your
board of
time.
supervisors. Good morning. My name is Jose Torres. I'm housing advocate with Landwatch Monterey County. And I'm here to ask the question, why does Monterey County have 22,000 approved but unbuilt homes? Today, I'd like to begin to answer this question. That means delving into real estate economics, local housing market trends, demographics, regulation conditions here in Monterey County. It is complicated. It'll take several sessions to complete the story. Landwatch hopes to that by beginning discussion, you as our elected representatives and we as a community can move forward with a common set of facts. From these facts, we can develop strategies that can move Monterey towards achieving its goals, accommodating the 3,300 new housing units in the Regional Housing Needs Allocation 6 cycle. And second, creating conditions that will increase the probability of these housing units actually being built. Our goal is to collaborate with you to address the housing needs of our local working families. This isn't about serving the needs of the community, of those who commute from the Bay Area to Monterey for work. While addressing historical housing needs, housing disparities is vital. I'll explain why it may conflict with broader housing goals, affordable housing goals. Our united aim is to quickly establish more affordable housing options, initially for renting and later for purchase. Here's the message I'd like to leave you with. First, creating affordable housing is hard, but we already know that. Market dynamics of supply and demand have a lot to do with that, but I plan to dig deeper into the key drivers. Second, yes, we need to build more and to reduce housing prices and rents. Specifically, we need more apartments, small condos, multifamily housing that is affordable by design and less attractive to investors and second home buyers. Third, undersupply is only part of the story, and that's related to the 22,000 housing units that have not yet been built. Thank you for your time, and I hope that we have another chance to give more information on this vital topic.
Thank you very much. We'll go to anyone else who wants to speak on any items not on today's agenda. I appreciate it. Anybody else in chambers? Seeing none, we'll go to those online.
Phone number ending in 705.
Yes, my name is Lorna Moffett, and I'm very concerned about the ecological effects of building new housing. That means more forests have to come down. And in climate change, we can't really afford to do this. And I'm asking the supervisors to get an environmental exemption. And we deserve it because we are one of the most important ecological centers in the world concerning our marine sanctuary. It's one of the #1 sanctuaries in the world. And when it's affected, as it has been, the temperature rise has been 11 degrees in the oceans this year. And that means all of our wildlife and mammals and fish are being affected. And you haven't even dealt with the traffic that is now plaguing all of us and is very, very dangerous to climate change. So you can get environmental exemptions. Cambria has, and you need to work in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next person.
No more hands.
We'll give it if anyone else wants to speak on items on today's agenda, if you could please push the raise your hand option at the bottom of the screen on Zoom, then you'll be recognized. But seeing none, we'll bring this back and we'll close general public comments. Thank you very much. We'll now go to our only agendized item number 18, to introduce waive first readings set on October 10th, 2023 at 10:30 a.m. to consider adoption of an ordinance to add about setting restrictions on food providers' use of single-use plastic food accessories in unincorporated Monterey County. And here to present, we do have Brian Azevedo, Environmental Health Specialist, and Melissa Angel, Recycling and Resource Recovery Specialist.
Good morning, Chair Alejo.
Morning.
And members of the board. I'm Brian Azevedo, Supervisor Environmental Health Specialist, and here with me is Melissa Rangel, Recycling and Resource Recovery Specialist, who will proceed with her presentation.
Thank you, Brian. We are here today to introduce the Single-Use Plastics Ordinance to the board, find it exempt from CEQA guidelines, and set the adoption date as October 10th. This is exempt from CEQA guidelines because the action consists of creating regulations for the protection of the environment. We are asking that you waive first reading and set October 10th, 2023 at 10:30 a.m. as a date and time to consider adoption of an ordinance to add Chapter 10.44 of the Monterey County Code to set restrictions on food providers' use of single-use plastics, food accessories in unincorporated Monterey County. AB 1276 addresses single-use foodware accessory or standard condiment provided by a food facility to the consumer only when requested. It was adopted by the state in 2021 and prohibits those items from being bundled or packaged and requires all cities, counties, or city and county on or before June 1st, 2022 to authorize an enforcement agency to enforce these requirements. The enforcement of AB 1276 will lie with environmental health. This item is brought to you now for your consideration and was delayed because of the pandemic and the further development of state regulations related to producer packaging. Unincorporated Monterey County has approximately 600 permitted food operators, including 332 facilities with food preparation, 129 mobile food vendors with food preparation, and 139 temporary annual food vendors with food preparation. Environmental Health has taken the following steps when bringing this ordinance forward. The draft ordinance was written and shared with stakeholders. Outreach to stakeholders included working with the Plastics Pollution Coalition and coordination with Food Safety Advisory Council and Monterey County Hospitality Association. Informational flyers were given to the food and hotel industry. A survey was made available to the public via our website and social media platforms. The results of these action steps have been compiled, and this is what we present today. The survey had 294 responses, with over 70% strongly agreeing that the single-use plastic ordinance should be adopted in the County of Monterey. The respondents also overwhelmingly support establishments providing alternatives to single-use plastics. All food providers shall keep accurate and complete records of the purchase and sale of any single-use plastic food accessories or standard condiment package for single use. Such records shall be kept for a minimum period of 1 year from the date of purchase and sale, and such records shall be available for viewing by the county during routine inspections at no cost to the county during regular business hours. Exemptions to this ordinance would be the following. During an emergency requiring immediate action to prevent or mitigate the loss of impairment of life, health, property, or essential public services, persons providing emergency relief are exempt from the provisions of this chapter until such time as the emergency has ceased or the Director of Health rescinds the exemption. This chapter does not apply to correctional institutions, healthcare facilities, residential care facilities, public and private school cafeterias. This ordinance supports the goal of waste reduction and will provide cost savings to the food providers by limiting excess foodware use and standard condiment consumption by providing only what is requested by the consumer. It will also further reduce unnecessary single-use and standard condiment waste and have a similar impact as the county's polystyrene foam food packaging restrictions. Businesses that have current contracts in place that supply their standard condiment packaging may need to adjust ordering practices to include bulk condiment dispensing. The businesses will be able to use existing inventory and may see a price difference when switching to bulk containers. Noncompliance during routine or complaint inspections will result in violation of this chapter. With that information, we now ask the board to find the adoption of this ordinance is categorically exempt per Section 15307 of the CEQA guidelines because the action consists of creating regulations for protection of the environment, and introduce and waive the first reading set October 10, 2023 at 10:30 a.m. as the date and time to consider adoption of an ordinance to add Chapter 10.44 of the Monterey County Code to set restrictions on food providers' use of single-use plastics food accessories in unincorporated Monterey County. Thank you. We're available for any questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. This will come back on October 10th. Let's open it up for questions if there is any from the board. Supervisor Church.
Yeah, and the board, I think, is going to adopt this. I think there's a lot of support. I'm very much in support of this. I want to make sure we have an effective and responsible ordinance for the environment, for businesses and consumers. With that, I have a few questions of whether we are really quite there. And I'm looking at who this is going to affect. And I think there are about 600 businesses that basically have food permits. Over half of those, I believe, are either food trucks or temporary vendors. And I have a little concern, and I'm hoping you can address that, whether or not we got enough input from them, because I know the groups that you went to, like the hotels and some others, their line of business is a little different than a food truck or somebody operating out at a special event. And they're not necessarily representing that concern. So what effort did we make on getting input from businesses?
So our consumer protection team has been advertising this on our webpage and notifying businesses since, I want to say, before 2022. Our team also goes out to do those events, inspect those events, and we receive the applications prior to the events, so we could be notifying those facilities as well. This is we're not adopting anything new. This is state regulations that occurs throughout the state, and we're just adopting what the state has in place. Now, for temporary events, there are some businesses that are out of state, and we will do our due diligence to notify those businesses so they are in compliant and don't fall out of compliance. But if something occurs at the event, we can also notify them, there at the event for future events that they may attend.
Okay, so obviously we have addresses and contacts for all these businesses because they have food permits. Is that how we contacted them?
No, I don't believe so. I don't believe so for that, because with temporary food permits, that changes annually. There might be a vendor that might occur this year, and next year they're not
about the food trucks
in the county. I don't believe they were reached out just specific individually.
Okay.
For that.
It's a little bit of concern because they're obviously the ones, one, a contributor to the problem, but two, they're having a real need for temporary, for temporary utensils and temporary items. And so I want to, try to find a way to handle with them as well. And that's my concern is whether they were properly responded to. In terms of the state, I understand we're just copying the state, but the state doesn't always do everything right around. And I know one part of this that concerns me about we're a little more limited is we're not including schools, cafeterias, we're not including residential areas, residential care facilities, I should say. And I know some of our schools are actually moving that way. I saw Jesse Sanchez Elementary in 2020 was moving that way. So one part I feel like we're maybe not getting quite all the input we need from everybody, and the other is that maybe we're not being expansive enough as we could be, because I think this is a real opportunity for school kids to learn about recycling and the importance of this. And if they're going to have a lunch at the school and it's okay to use a plastic item to throw away, but then they're being told at home or they go to a restaurant that it's not, it's a little bit of a mixed message, which I'm a little concerned about there.
It's limiting the amount of products given, condiments and utensils, to only what the consumer is asking. So if the consumer asks, like 2 ketchup packets, it's to provide that versus, before a handful of packets was given without asking. So it's to minimize that type of waste. Items will still be given, they just won't be packaged in bulk. Previously, you might have some items that it was maybe a fork, spoon, knife, napkin, salt and pepper, all bundled together. That's what's kind of being eliminated to just the items that are requested, whether it's just a single fork versus that whole packet. And then to dispense in bulk inside dining facilities versus having the single-use packets available.
Yeah, and that's good, but I'm just kind of putting out, I think it would be a good thing to teach kids, yeah, I do want some ketchup with my, with my fries or whatever it would be in a situation. And I guess, there's a couple of things in here which leave me kind of wondering how it works out. For example, a reference to if a drive-through, the food provider can ask, do you want this?
They're required to.
But the way I read it, if you go into a place or ordering and not in a drive-through, that the customer has to ask in that case. And that seems like it could lead to some confusion. I'm just pointing out there's a few rough ends on here which I'd like to kind of see sorted out. And I have a whole list, but I'm not going to go down that list. The other thing is I noticed that there has to be record keeping of companies on how they, what items are going to purchase and everything. And they're going to keep that records for tax purposes, obviously. But what's the additional record keeping that's really required here, and why is it necessary?
I believe that's all they have to retain is just
receipts.
The receipts of purchase, and I think it's just to demonstrate that they're not over purchasing single-use packets, and they are also purchasing bulk dispensers if they have dine-in facilities. Yeah, and that's paperwork that they should have on site, at the facility for all purchases that they conduct. If asked by the inspector, just to confirm, that it came from, a legitimate place and that they have records of that purchase.
Yeah, which I think any business would be. I just want to make sure we weren't requiring an extra regulatory line there. So I mean, I'm not going to have any more questions at this time.
Yeah. Thank you. I had just a couple of questions, because I don't think the public is totally clear on what is covered in this ordinance, and the article in the Monterey County Weekly alluded to some fine points. So I just want to ask about two of those. One, the article had mentioned that the plastic bags in the produce section, where you put all your different vegetables that you're going to, would that be banned? Was my one question. And then second, on single-use plastic bags for restaurants or food trucks, right? Sometimes they put in an order, there's multiple items, multiple packages that they put in plastic. It makes it easy for the consumer to be able to take those home safely while traveling home. So could you just address those two questions?
Yes. So no, it doesn't address the plastic bags at the grocery store for produce. It's only for single-use packaging and condiments at food facilities.
Got it. Perfect. Thank you.
And also, what it also addresses too is for third-party platforms to have available on their website, like if someone's ordering food, to have that available, like I want 3 ketchup packets, or I would like a fork or 2 forks, they're required to have that as well. And this has been already in practice for over a year.
Perfect. Anyone, I'm not seeing any other questions? Oh, Supervisor Adams?
Thank you. Thanks very much. I've heard an awful lot about catch-up today, and I'm just wondering if we're playing catch-up with other counties in our area by not having moved forward a bit more quickly on this kind of ordinance. And so I think my question is actually, I feel like we have not gone far enough, and my hope is this is just stage one, step one. But I was curious whether or not there is any kind of regional or statewide activity among the environmental health group working with the school districts, particularly with the Department of Education or with our own superintendent, Dr. Gus, to expand this into the schools so that we really can, I think following up on Supervisor Church's comment, ensure that children get the right message all the way through every aspect of their lives. And whether it's at, school or In-N-Out Burger or, wherever, a food truck, they're getting the same thing. One question that I have for you. And then the second question is then, since there was not a lot of reach out to the trucks, the food trucks, if when they come back now for their permits to be renewed, if there's going to be a handout that everybody will get so that a great use of paper, right? So, but something that would allow them to see and to encourage them in this regard.
So did you want to do the first part, since you've had firsthand experience with the schools?
We do regular outreach with schools, and we always encourage them to switch out to buying in bulk for the condiments. And also, like Supervisor Church said, there's been some schools in our area. I think Chular School has also been moving in the way of removing the single-use utensils and going to reusable silverware because they have a dishwasher on site, and many schools don't. So we come across those problems. But yes, when we do our regular school outreach, we do encourage them to switch over to reusables unless not buying those packages bundled, like you said, the spork, the napkin, the straw. So we do that.
I think it's really difficult for all of us to know, what is the best way to go? Okay, now we're going to be using extra water to wash the silverware. So it's really quite the balance that's required. And I do not envy you having to come up with an ordinance that would take all of those things under consideration. But I appreciate very much this approach. And as I indicated, I hope this is just step one, because if we don't do it as a county, if we don't put forward the good example and the good work, who will? So thank you for the work that you guys do and the work on this.
Thank you.
just want to thank you for bringing this forward. I wanted to acknowledge Supervisor Adams. I think it was years ago, before I joined the board, that you had put forward a referral asking to explore and look at options for reducing waste and plastic utilization in the county. So we're a little few years later, but we're here now. So I just wanted to give some credit where credit's due. I also, we spend a lot of time at the Waste Management District at the landfill, specifically thinking about how we can process waste once it's been generated, and recognize that there's this dual responsibility to also look at the source of where a lot of waste is coming from. I recognize food processing waste is maybe not the most significant source of where we have packaging and other types of products that generate landfill debris. But it is an important step in taking proactive action. This, I feel like, is a very moderate step forward. It's nothing extreme. It's nothing more than what the state is going to require us to do anyway. But having said that, I do support my colleague Supervisor Church and Alejo's request to make sure that we have adequate outreach and education for both the public as well as those small businesses that are most likely to feel this directly. In the city of Seaside, where they put in a plastic, single-use plastics ordinance that is goes much farther than this one does, it really was successful because of the type of outreach that the community participated in. So I know that we have a minimum standard that we have to achieve, but I would encourage us to look at ways that we can activate groups like Sustainable Monterey County. We have a number of student organizations that would, I think, be excited to learn and support outreach to organizations, educate their parents, educate their family members, educate the community around them. So this is, I think, the right thing to do. It's a few years later than maybe we could have done it, but it's one step in the right direction, and I'm happy to support today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further questions from the board, we'll go to the public.
Supervisor Lopez has his hand up.
Oh, he does. Okay, let's go to him first before we go to public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple brief comments. Just wanted to express that I'm supportive of the concerns that Supervisor Church raised. Generally, I am supportive of the direction that we're headed and think that is the right direction. I think the big question that I have for staff here as well, I understand the folks we did not reach out to, and I that's a major concern to me, hoping that we fix that in the near future. But as part of that as well, requesting that that be done in Spanish and asking if any of the outreach we've done so far, has any of that been done in other languages?
That's a great question. I have to.
Want to respond to that?
Yeah, I'd have to find out on the Spanish side.
Mic on?
I don't know. Oh, there it is. Good morning, everyone. I'm Marnie Flaggen. I'm the Health Program Coordinator for Environmental Health, and I was the Supervisor for Consumer Health Protection Services previously to this position. During that time, we had a Food Safety Advisory Committee food safety conference where we did have a panel that discussed this bill, and we had a flyer that went out in English and Spanish to all of our food facilities. And the flyer was included in packets that the food trucks fill out every year when they renew their permit. And just as the polystyrene information, it will be included in our temporary food facility packet that they fill out for every event that they participate in, and they sign that they've read the packet so they know that they can't have polystyrene, which has been very successful. We haven't found that in any events recently. So while the outreach occurred prior to COVID at our last food safety conference, I'm confident that we have our information and we can redistribute it and re-update it for everyone to make sure that they're aware. And there would always be a soft rollout period where when we go to facilities for their inspections and their event inspections and food truck inspections, where we reiterate all of the new laws and rules that have passed, and we give them that time, 6 months, a year, to use up all of their stock that they have, and then make a note that when we go back, they should have purchased the new required items. And that's been successful for us in implementing requirements in the past.
All your questions, Supervisor Lopez?
No, I think now just giving direction or request that when we do that, we're intentional about how we do that, specifically addressing the food truck vendors and other mobile vendors, those who might not have a truck, but set up booths throughout the community for different farmers markets and such. I know from personal experience that probably the vast majority of those in our county are Spanish only. And so making sure that we're focused on building the right materials and the right team to communicate with them what these new expectations are so that it's not a game of catch up or any penalties on the back end. But thank you for the response, Marty.
Thank you. Now we'll go to the public. Do any members of the public want to comment on this item? That will come back to us on October 10th as well. Not seeing anybody in chambers. Anybody online?
Yes, phone number ending in 705.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes, I want to thank the health department for doing everything they can to reduce plastic. I think it's really time the citizens themselves start taking action. You know, we blame government, we blame everyone else so we can continue doing what we're doing. And also the businesses, Trader Joe's, everything is covered in plastic, and they're not changing much. I have reduced my plastic by 85%. Now, that's not good enough. I love basil, and it's in a plastic container, and I used to buy it once a month. Well, now I buy it twice a year. It's very hard, very tempting for me not to get it more than that. I'm just giving you examples. I think the public has to be responsible as well. And I don't think the public is. I don't think the public really cares about anything except consuming. And that's a horrifying observation. I'd like to say, as far as Mary Adams' comment on, the water use to water utilities, wash them, how much water does it take to produce these items in the first place? I think it takes more water and transportation to produce these single items than it does to wash them. So I would look carefully at that. And I would really say to the businesses, from now on, you are going to have to come up with, non-plastic solutions. So I use glass, and I've really reduced my plastic. I'm very proud of myself in that regard. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Anyone else? No. See no further comments. We'll bring this back. We just need a motion then so that we could revisit this on October 10th.
So move to set the date.
I'd like to make a motion on
Yes,
this
go ahead.
then, to approve on the recommendations here, but I also would like us within the next 6 months to really to reach back out to to our food vendors, particularly to the food trucks, the temporary vendors, and get their input of how this has impacted them, and to have this come back then for review in 6 months, so that if there are any bugs that we can kind of work this out.
I'll second that.
Yeah, it's been moved by Church, seconded by Askew already.
Okay.
But I'm looking at what we're considering, because this is just setting, it's not adopting the ordinance. We'll consider a time of adopting the ordinance on October 10th. So maybe we raise this at that time when we adopt the ordinance?
I'll just move this for us to go to October 10th, and then we can deal with these.
Yeah, and then maybe just, so staff has a heads up that that's something we'll be considering at that time. Okay with you? Okay. All right, there's been a motion and a second. Then we'll do a roll call vote.
Supervisor Church?
Aye.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew? Supervisor Adams? Aye. And now Chair Supervisor Alejo.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. That was our last item on the morning agenda. We're now going to recess, go back into closed session, and we'll be back at 1:30. Thank you, everyone.
ADA mic, ADA mic. Podium mic, podium mic. Staff mic 1, staff mic 1. Staff mic 2, staff mic 2. This is Glenn Church, Glenn Church. CAO mic, CAO mic. And this is Chair Alejo mic. And County Council mic, County Council mic. Supervisor Mary Adams, Supervisor Mary Adams. Supervisor Root Askew, Supervisor Root Askew.
Clerk's mic.
Clerk 2, Clerk 2.
Yep. Chris online? Okay. All right, it is 1:30. We're going to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Yes, good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Lopez appearing via video conference. Supervisor Lopez's remote appearance is pursuant to the just cause exception, AB 2449, due to illness.
Okay, we'll go to our Spanish interpreter, Diego Celis, for his announcement. There it goes.
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Diego Celis. Seré el intérprete de español-inglés, inglés-español para la reunión de hoy. Si está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor, hablar lento y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Diego. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to our 2 items on the scheduled matters agenda. So we're starting with item 19, conducting a required public hearing to obtain residents' views and respond to proposals and questions received during the preceding 30-day public comment period regarding the Urban County Community Development Block Grant. And to lead us on this, we have Don Yonemitsu, Management Analyst.
Good afternoon, Chair Alejo, members of the...
A little closer, yeah. Perfect.
Sorry. I liked the little room. Now we're in the big room. Good afternoon, Chair Alejo, members of the board, and the public. My name is Don Yanamitsu. I'm with Housing and Community Development, and I have with me Darby Marshall, the Housing Program Manager. He's here to assist if needed. I'm before you today regarding the Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, which we often call the CAPER, and it's for the Community Development Block Grant, which we often just say CDBG. So today's actions are to conduct the public hearing, receive and accept the CAPER, authorize the interim director to submit it, approve the Urban County CAPER for submittal, and authorize if any minor changes need to be made. The county published a notice that the CAPER was available for public review and comment on August 24th. The notice invited comments be submitted electronically to county staff, and they could also submit them to the Board of Supervisors, would accept comments today before the public comment period closed. So this is just showing the difference between 2018 and 2023. This is more showing the funding up and down. So funding is down 14.5% from 2018. Reductions come even though congressional appropriations for the CDBG have increased. More communities have reached population to become entitled. So there's more entitlement agencies. Sorry. Yeah, so the results are that the piece of pie is growing smaller than the number of pieces or the people around it wanting a piece of it. So this is the total available funding trends. The purple is the CDBG grant, and the pink is program income. Program income always has to be utilized first. So these are allocated funds for 4 of the 5 years of the consolidated plan. You'll see that there are no allocated funds shown for Delray Oaks or Sand City. This is due to Delray Oaks will be funded in program year 24, and for the amount of $50,000. And Sand City was not allocated program year grant funds. However, they were allocated rollover funds. And they spent their money in the amount of $90,000 on Calabrese Park. Funds that are allocated to general admin and public services, if they're not spent within a program year, they're allowed to roll over to any next year to be allocated to public facilities or projects. So let me show you what's happened with the rollover in the last 3 years. So here is general admin. So general admin, we can allocate 20% of the grant. So over the last 3 years, we've allocated $637. We only spent $400,000, a little over $400,000. Therefore, $402,690 were rolled over. So we've been really good about minimizing costs and having little more than 50% rolled over to public facilities and projects. So here are the public services. So public services, we can allocate up to 15% of the grant, which we always utilize the full 15% each year. There are times that a subrecipient doesn't utilize all the funds that they're allocated. However, it's usually a very small amount. The savings comes from utilizing program income, which needs to be used first before grant funds. Therefore, only $462,992 was spent. Therefore, a little over $106,000 was rolled over to public facilities and projects. So that's about 19% of the program services funds being rolled over. So here's the life cycle. The life cycle is a 5-year consolidated plan. So every 5 years, we are required to prepare and analyze an analysis of impediments to fair housing and consolidated plan. These planning documents outline the community development needs in the urban county and develop strategy goals to address those needs. Then, at the same time, every 3 years, a new joint power authority period begins. The urban county is required to allow all 9 non-entitlement jurisdictions into the county to join or drop out of the urban county consortium. The current JPA is from July 1st of 22 through June 30th of 25. We will be reaching out to non-entitlement jurisdictions no later than March of 2024 to invite participation in the next cycle. Then there's a yearly portion that happens, which is the annual action plan. It typically begins with solicitation of project proposals in December of the preceding year and extends through September of the following year. The usual life cycle of the urban county spans approximately 20 months from the start of the plan to the closing of the plan. At any given time, county staff are working within one of these 3 programs: prior, current, and next. So here's the life cycle of the annual action plan. This shows a typical year. The usual life cycle of the urban county span, like I said, was 20 months from start to finish. HUD requires at least 2 noticed public hearings annually. We actually conduct 3 public hearings. The first is in December to explain the application process and to take the community's pulse on emerging or changing needs of the CDBG support. A public hearing before the Board of Supervisors in May to formally adopt the Action Annual Plan and funding recommendations, And then lastly, a public hearing before the Board of Supervisors in September to formally accept the CAPER. So we're going to start with the CAPER. So it doesn't account for the $1.8 million that we were awarded in the CARES Act, which was supplemental funding. So the consolidated annual plan, CAPER, it provides an opportunity for the public to review the accomplishments, the expenditures, and how those line up with the consolidated plan strategies. And it's also a cumulative information on the accomplishments and expenditures during the consolidated plan. These are the public services that were awarded money in the 22-23 year. So it includes children and youth was a little over 62,000. Fair housing was 48,000. Food security for seniors, which is Meals on Wheels, a little over 48,000. Homeless and at risk, a little over 24,000. And then there's an other for 24. So fair housing is the only program area of the county must use CDBG funds for, and it can be funded either under public services or under general admin. We actually fund it under general admin because this gives the other agencies a larger distribution. This past year, the public services served 2,365 unique individuals. So affordable housing and structure and public facilities, there was $807.78 invested into the Gonzales Community Center, the Greenfield Walnut Avenue Pedestrian Improvement Project, and Aromas Sidewalks. The county is usually pretty conservative when budgeting for program income because it could fluctuate from year to year. So we usually just account for $10,000. We also budget the maximum for general admin because, like I said before, unused general admin funds can be used for affordable housing. It can be used for infrastructure or public facilities in subsequent years. Assuming the 3 open public facility projects are fully drawn down, the urban county will approximately have $190,000 to roll over to 23-24. So this is how we did based on our goals. So on the top part, our goals were in the light pink and our actual were in the dark pink. So this year, our goal is in dark blue and our actual is in green. The public facilities that we did were San Lucas sidewalks, Castroville sidewalks, and money allocated to the Veterans Transition Center for rehabilitating their facilities. So here are some pictures of the Castroville sidewalks that were repaired and replaced. Then here's a picture of San Lucas. So this is just a recap, what we're here for today. Again, the public hearing, receiving and then authorizing us to submit the CAPER. Then one last thing I wanted to show. So this is our overall The original projected CDB funding and allocation was based on a funding stream that was stable. Well, unfortunately, as I mentioned before, we're receiving about 15% less than we were in 2018. So on the safe side, the calculation that's reflected, it shows a 3% reduction from 23-24 funding to 24-25 funding. This reduction in funding resulted in Gonzales and Greenfield getting less than originally planned. So Delray Oaks is scheduled to receive their money in 24-25. Gonzales's allocations are complete because they were in 22-23 and 23-24. So they ended up receiving or going to receive $704,857. And then Greenfield's allocation is complete for those same 2 years that I mentioned on Gonzales's, but they have an additional year, which is 24-25. So their projected full amount is $1,293,985. And like I mentioned before, Sand City was forwarded funding with rollover funds from 2019-20. And then the county received funding in 2021 and 21-22 for the projects that we already have scheduled, and then we'll receive another amount for a project in 24-25, which totals a little over $2 million. So if everything kind of goes as planned, and if our reduction isn't more than 3% during our consolidated term, would be a little over $6 million in grant funding. And that is it.
All right. Thank you for the presentation, Frank. Thank you for all the work that happened previously before coming back to us today. Let's open it up for any questions from any of the colleagues. I don't see any questions. Supervisor will ask you.
Thank you. Let's see here. So I have a couple comments. It's a fascinating report, always is super interesting to read. But what caught my eye this round of reading was that we have the ability to use some of these funds to prevent or eliminate blight. And I was interested in understanding if the county keeps an assessment of blight on our county properties, and if that list of blighted properties could be considered in future rounds of funding.
I'm not aware of a specific list of blighted county-owned properties. We have used it once, and that was to match an EPA grant to remediate the San Lucas library site.
Mm-hmm.
We would have to get together with facilities to find out, or Public Works to find out if they have a list of what is a blighted site.
Okay.
And then even if it is blighted, we still have to figure out how to meet the national objective of low mod population benefit.
Sure, yes, of course. Okay, great. Maybe that's something I can bring up with the Capital Improvements Committee at some point in the future. I also really appreciated the focus in the report on the need for additional homeless shelter beds. It spurred me to pull out our 5-year plan to end homelessness and just make sure my recollection of some of our data and statistics were correct. So really appreciated the way that was a focus. I did have just a couple maybe minor corrections. On page 8 of the report, it references Casa de Noche Buena being built on city-owned property. And I just want to make sure that we get that corrected. That is county-owned property that Casa de Noche Buena is located on. It was a lot of work to work with the city to get that done, and I want to make sure all of our data is accurate for anyone else that may be referencing it. And then in terms of some of the way in which the homeless data was presented in the report, when if you were reading it and you didn't know the extent of work that we've been doing here in our community to actually reduce the total numbers, I think some of the numbers that were presented were based on percentage increases. While it may be accurate in terms of what was written, that it could leave someone with the impression that our numbers were actually increasing. Well, it was a percentage increase that we were experiencing in certain categories, but the absolute number of unhoused individuals had been decreased over the same period of time. So I just want to make sure that we're consistent in all of our communications throughout the county. And I also understand that when you're writing a grant application, you're trying to convey the urgency of the situation, and it is in fact an urgent situation. But I'm sensitive to having it be conveyed in such a way that doesn't demonstrate the success that we've been accomplishing in reducing our total numbers. So I see our Director of Homeless Services in the room, and maybe as we finalize this report, we could just have a final set of eyes to make sure that that what's being communicated is in line with what we're trying to communicate across the county. But I think those are my only comments. Appreciate the information. I could point out, I've got highlighted in the report the sections that I was concerned about in terms of how the point in time count was articulated, but I'll share that with you directly. So thank you.
All right, any other questions? The only question I would have was just on the 15% reduction. Is there anything that we did or can do to not receive less funds? Obviously, we want to keep the base level of funding that we previously had, but maybe if you could just elaborate on that 15% drop.
So the reduction was due to two things. One, a few of our larger projects that we had allocated funds for were slow getting started. So Sunrose Gardens, which had about $1,066,000, and Greenfield Commons, which was $350,000. Took a while to get started, so we ended up carrying a little bit too much, and so that contributed to some of it. We've resolved that problem, so we're not going to have that going forward. But again, it's also, the pie is not growing as fast as the number of people trying to eat it in terms of the CDBG allocation nationwide. So it's still shrinking just because there are more communities either forming consortiums or hitting the 100,000 person population threshold that they need to become a community, an entitlement community. So we've done the corrective action that we could, and we should see some restoration. But in terms of the other part, unless HUD really gets a huge allocation from Congress, it's going to be hard to grow that portion of the pie again.
Got it. Thank you for that clarification.
And just so you know, one of the big things that we did do, not related specifically to this caper, but HUD did come in and conduct a monitoring, very extensive monitoring over about a 2-month period, and we came out with a fairly clean bill of health. We do have a few areas that we need to correct, but overall they were happy with the way we have been performing.
Great. We'll go to members of the public. If any members of the public want to comment on item 19 regarding this CDBG Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report. Don't see anybody in chambers. Nobody. There's one person online.
Yes, Rafael Hernandez.
Good afternoon. Thank you all very much for the time. And I appreciate the detailed report. I just wanted to offer a question for discussion or for consideration. There's an excerpt that grabbed my attention in the report on fair housing. It states that the urban county retained the services of the Eden Council for Hope and Opportunity, they're also known as Echo Housing, and legal services for seniors. It mentions that both agencies assisted approximately 662 people with fair housing services. I just wondered if there was a more detailed report somewhere about the 662 cases. And then the last comment is, I know that the city of Salinas and Monterey County are instituting rental registry programs and will possibly be considering rent stabilization policies in the future. So I just offered offer up for thought what can be learned from the fair housing data from this most recent caseload. Thank you very much.
Anyone else? No. Okay, we'll close public comment. I don't know if you have any answer to the question asked by the member of the public.
We'd have to go back and review the information that was submitted by those two agencies, and see what we could aggregate out of it in terms of what the nature of the cases might be, or some demographic information on who those clients were. But we'd have to go back and look at that. And if the board would like, we could report back. We will be doing a more in-depth analysis of that next year as part of the 5-year consolidated plan. We do have to prepare a new analysis of impediments to fair housing, and so we would be doing in-depth interviews with both of those agencies to figure out what's going on, where they see holes, and that would all get wrapped up into the next consolidated plan as well.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? No other comments from the board? I think we need a motion here.
Happy to make a motion with the corrections noted.
Okay.
Second.
Moved by Askew, seconded by Church. So all those, no, need to do roll call.
Supervisor Church?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew? Aye. Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Alejo.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much for your
Chair,
work.
just for the record, the motion included approval of all the recommendations.
Yes.
By staff.
Correct. And the corrections noted by Supervisor Askew. Okay, let's go to item number 20 as the last the last item on the regular agenda for the afternoon. This is adopting a resolution to authorize an agreement with Community Homeless Solutions to operate a temporary navigation center that provides non-congregate shelter housing, navigation, and rapid rehousing to the current Pajaro non-congregate shelter program participants. And here to present, we have Roxanne Wilson, our County Homeless Services Director, and Lawrence Uansupa, a Community Affiliation Manager.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for receiving this presentation today. Lauren is going to get this, the deck up. New technology. Okay, so we are here today to present to you an update on where we are with the Pajaro non-congregate shelter. Next slide, please. So just a little bit of background. Back in May, around May 1st, 2023, the County Department of Emergency Management had established a non-congregate shelter as an alternative and a step down to the congregate emergency shelter that was being hosted at the Santa Cruz County Fairgrounds in response to the March storms. The intention of this program was originally just, again, to be a step down. And when it was presented to the survivors of the disaster, we had noted it was only going to be for 60 days. Guests were issued 21-day vouchers and were required to update their housing plans and do recertifications every 3 weeks. At the beginning of the program, we had 75 households and 264 individuals staying at the Roadway Inn. around July 31st, we had significantly reduced that with 43 households and 165 people still residing. And on August 1st is when the Department of Emergency Management and I had worked on moving the motel to Marina so that we can bring people closer to services. At that time, we also split from the Kent's Court population. So Kent's Court stayed in Watsonville while the other survivors came with us to Marina. At that time, we had only 19 households move with us. And currently, we do still have 32 individuals that are inside of the program. Actually, that has recently changed. It has went down a little bit, but that's approximate. We are very proud to say that 202 people were able to return to home after the non-congregate shelter had originally opened. We had provided many different services, which included meals, wraparound case management, in partnership with Catholic Charities and Community Bridges. We have also done connected individuals to financial relief programs, to the housing authorities, voucher programs, rapid rehousing programs, and other public benefits. So where we are today, we are 6 months post-disaster, and the program is slated to close on October 9th. There still is a small population of individuals who we have identified as being still with significant need. We are making the proposal for the board's consideration that we contract with Community Homeless Solutions to essentially open a separate program which would provide intensive case management and wraparound services. We'll continue with temporarily housing the households that are located in the hotel, and we'll also increase other services. So people would have access to transportation assistance, food again, and also they will work with Central Coast Center for Independent Living to provide housing navigation and rapid rehousing services. The vast majority of the families that are still there are below 30% AMI. So ultimately, they really do require some long-term subsidies and again, intensive wraparound services so that they could stabilize. Next slide, please. So our recommendations are that that the board consider adopting a resolution to approve the director or designee of DSS to sign an agreement with Community Homeless Solutions for the next 6 months in the amount of $1,030,000 to, again, provide those wraparound services to these individuals and families. That would include $150,000 of startup costs because the cash flow, having run a program like this, it's important for Community Homeless Solutions to have that stable funding up front. And also, we would need direction from the board on where the funding would come from. So there are two options. One would be a decrease in general fund contingencies, and the second one for your consideration would be a release of the strategic reserve. And that is the end of my presentation.
Okay, I want to go to our CEO, perhaps just talking about the options of where the funding comes from and what your recommendation may be.
Just a follow-up question into Roxanne's presentation. In this instance, it is not reimbursable due to the type of services that we're providing. For the strategic reserve, we are able to access since we're still in emergency, but we would not be able to receive any reimbursement for this program. So it really is your board's direction whether we want to do that since we are able to access strategic reserve given this is still part of the emergency, or move forward with contingencies for that amount.
That is correct. We had received a letter stating that the entire non-congregate shelter program is non-reimbursable.
So this is for 6 months for 30 people, almost $1 million.
That is correct. The intention, Chair, is that Community Homeless Solutions does not meet the 6 months, but we want to give them the 6 months. We have spoken to them about the types of services that has already been provided to individuals, so they have a good understanding of what the next steps would be. I do believe that they will be able to house a great majority of these folks within the next 3 months. However, again, just having the 6 months gives us a little bit of breathing room. We've learned from Project Roomkey that going back to the board and asking for more money is difficult to navigate and stressful for the clients.
All right, perfect. Let's go to the board. Supervisor Church.
Question. So, and looking at it, I see we've gone from 13 families down to 10 at this point. Is that correct? Or did you say it was less than that now?
That is, well, no, the 10 is correct at this point.
I want to make sure I was clear on that. And with this program, they would be staying at the same place they're staying now?
That is correct.
Initially, okay. Thank you. That's the only questions I have.
Okay, other supervisors. Supervisor Askey.
Yeah, thank you. So I guess, thank you for the work. Well, let me start. I just thank you. Like, this has been an incredibly challenging situation for families, for individuals who've been through so much trauma leading up to the crisis of the flooding, through the flooding, post-flooding. And so I think I just want to commend our staff for being so present and looking to find solutions, being committed to finding solutions. I know it has not been easy for anybody, so I'll start with that. In terms of the state and federal support for a community like ours, or community like Pajaro, that had so many individuals who were in precarious housing situations to begin with. We had, a number of people who were living on the riverbed. We had a number of people who were living in housing units that didn't have formal leases, that were informal shelter type of situations. Can you just explain to me, I've heard this a dozen different ways, but I know we had FEMA come in, I know we had Cal OES come in. Is it not their responsibility to work with us through the conclusion of getting folks back into housing?
I'm going to defer to the Department of Emergency Management.
Or what are the limits of their willingness to work with us through the conclusion?
No, I understand. So I think what we're talking about is, Roxanne somewhat touched upon it throughout her presentation, which is that all emergencies start locally, which means that the local agency has responsibility to see the community from start to finish through preparedness, response, recovery, mitigation. And Cal OES and FEMA are here to support the needs of the community based on our recommendations. We have requested support from Cal OES to assist us with a housing task force, which helped us establish our non-congregate shelter program. We did request transitional shelter assistance from FEMA, similar to the program that's currently being operated in Maui at present. That I do not believe was approved by FEMA at this time. So they do not have an obligation to support this particular effort that Roxanne and Lauren are proposing, since it's well outside of the scope of response and recovery. We have been providing temporary emergency sheltering for the last 6 months, and so we are now at the point where we've connected all of the guests with as much resources as we can, and the remaining population do not have homes to go home to. They are not waiting for repairs, and they are unable to find or be approved for new housing. And they're struggling to connect with the limited availability of housing inventory. So at this time, this is really a transition from disaster survivors to homelessness, and trying to, like Roxanne mentioned, assist them in stabilization before they do become homeless. So this is really a mitigation effort far beyond the scope of what emergency management and disaster response and recovery is typically responsible for or known for doing. So this program that we've been running, non-congregate sheltering, is very rare and very rarely approved by FEMA. And the complexities of eligible activities is difficult to navigate, and we found that, as Roxanne had mentioned, a vast majority of our costs are not reimbursable. But at this time, we are at a crossroads of moving from recovery and into where most people should be, which is getting back on their feet.
Okay, so to be clear, FEMA, we've asked for assistance from FEMA, we've asked for additional assistance from Cal OES, and they've let us know that this is now something that they're no longer supporting. It's beyond the crisis period, and so any further activities are the responsibility of the county.
Affirmative.
Okay, and what legal obligation or does the county have to, are there mandates for the county to provide services indefinitely? What legal, what is the responsibility that falls on the county from a like a legal mandated perspective?
I will defer to County Council on legal mandates, but from our perspective in emergency management, we are not obligated to operate non-congregate shelters, and we are not obligated to operate the project that's proposed by DSS. This would be really a good faith effort.
Okay.
I would concur.
Okay. And so what I'm understanding is that the county has really sort of stepped up and gone far beyond what would be required or what would be typical in this type of situation, which I'm fully supportive of, but I just want to make sure that we're all, for the community who's listening, that we all understand how complex and how challenging this has been and how outside of what we would have expected or anticipated taking on responsibility for.
That's correct. And I really appreciate you making that point. We have been extremely successful with this program in ensuring that approximately 230 people did not become homeless in that period of time for which that they were trying to find a new home or go back home. And this is very much above and beyond what we have ever done and have ever really had the capability to do. So we appreciate the support that we've received from the Board of Supervisors over the last several years to build out our capabilities to even consider providing this resource.
Okay, thank you for that. And so I guess the comments that I feel like I need to make and be really clear on record is that as we as a country and as a world continue to experience extreme weather events, the populations that are going to be most devastated and negatively impacted are those who are least able to recover and are least resilient, have the least resources to be resilient. And so the way that we've historically in our country had FEMA or Cal OES respond to communities in crisis, I think is going to have to change. And I think what we're experiencing at Pajaro and what our residents in Pajaro are experiencing is a fundamental disparity in how the systems are set up to accommodate the needs that people will increasingly experience. The communities that have more resources are those less likely to experience the type of disasters that occurred in Pajaro, and therefore more likely to have the resources to be able to recover and be resilient afterwards. So fundamentally, we're going to have to rethink how we approach from the state, from the federal perspective, how we respond and support local communities in these kinds of responses. So I just need to be really clear about my opinion on that point. In regards to this particular situation, the cost of getting someone from homelessness back into housing, we know is extremely significant. And given all of the commitment and work that we've been doing to move folks out of homelessness into housing, I think this is the right thing to do. It's a significant expense from our county general fund that we actually have already fully expended. We're talking about spending strategic reserves without any ability to get this reimbursed from somewhere else. So my preference would be is that we look to the contingency fund for this. I'm very worried that our strategic reserves have been depleted to the extent that they are. We've spent, is it 2/3 of our strategic reserve responding to the crisis this past year. We typically have needed to utilize our strategic reserves on a fairly regular basis. So we're going into this winter, we're going into future fire seasons with a significant deficit in our strategic reserves, meaning a significant inability to respond or to support other communities in our county when crisis occurs. So my recommendation, my ask would be that we utilize a contingency to fund this request. But thank you for listening to some of my opinions about the situation as well.
Thank you. Anyone else? Let me ask for colleagues first. Supervisor Adams?
Thank you. Thanks for your comments, Supervisor Rudascu, and thank you for all the work that I know you guys are putting into this. And my comments, I think my questions really, you know the people with whom, you're dealing with. Everyone has made it out, and this last group has just not been able to make it out. I feel like just how hard that has to be, not just on the people themselves, but on you for working with them so much, because it would be impossible to become entangled in every way and want to do the best possible thing for the people who we still now have, which is what I would want as well, and what I'm sure my colleagues all agree with. What I would ask you is that, what do you see in 6 months? Do you think that the work that we'll be able to do with the wraparound services will be able to change the situation in 6 months?
I do believe that it is achievable with the expertise and experience of Community Homeless Solutions and the Homeless Service Provider Network. At this point, we have been able to bring people to a line, right? We got them connected to vouchers, we got them connected to a lot of resources, but we ourselves are not housing navigators. We don't have dedicated staff to take it all the way home. And we have been working with the community, and a lot of our nonprofits have been doing a ton of work just because it's the right thing to do, not asking for any sort of reimbursement. They're showing up regularly. But because of the fact that they're not contracted, we're in line with the rest of everybody else, right? There's thousands of people who are seeking services. So at this point, I do project that Community Homeless Solutions will be able to house the rest of the households in the 6 months, just based off of my experience. Greg Baker, the Executive Director of Community Homeless Solutions, is here. If you would like to add anything, Greg.
Thanks for joining us today.
I'd just like to add that we're fully committed to this program. Our board of directors is also committed to this program. Our main goal, as we've discussed, is the housing of all these participants. We do have that expertise. We're fully behind it and committed. Any questions?
No, I don't think there is any. Thank you, though.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Let's go back to you had more, Supervisor Adams? Okay, let's go to our CEO. She wanted to make a comment.
There's a couple things. I do have concurrence from our budget director that we would want to use contingencies. And currently, we do have sufficient contingencies. In the near future, we'll actually have a discussion related to the fiscal year and for 22-23. So we'll have a status update there and some recommendations coming forward. I think one of the things in line with Supervisor Askew's comments is that we have done extraordinary work to try to have all these individuals that were impacted by the Pajaro flooding rehoused. In many instances, we're talking about individuals that were in overcrowded situations, and quite frankly, the units that they previously lived in were not appropriately permitted, nor are they units that could be brought back up to code in some way. Adding to the complexity is also the housing sizes that we're talking about. What would typically work for a typical household of maybe 3 kids, 2 adults. I mean, these are families that are also extended, so you're talking about multiple families in one. And then also, much of the work has been done through our emergency management department, and this will allow us to transition it where it's more appropriate with community service providers that are able to provide those wraparound services and really target the needs of individuals that are still farm working in our community or hospitality workers. The unfortunate thing is that this has been a multi-pronged emergency that we've been through. So the hits to the strategic reserve have primarily been infrastructure, and we continue to see those. In this instance, we feel that if there's sufficient funding available to accommodate the needs of these households, will be more effective rather than continuing to just extend these vouchers. In many instances, families are able to reconnect with family members that will then be able to support them. And that's really what we're looking to do, is for each of these households to see what's going to work for them, which is going to require this unique approach by Community Solutions. So with that, I just want to convey that we are doing the impossible, but it is really a unanticipated incident that's happened.
I agree. And I would just add, though, CAO, this is the right thing to do. I want to thank all our staff for doing this work so compassionately and so concerned about these families. But always with caution, right? This is one storm. We don't know what's coming around the corner. We have another set of storms likely, and we don't know what impact that's going to be. And if we're draining a lot of reserves now, it's going to leave very little to deal with another emergency. And we have to realize that's our new reality. This is an expensive program. Over 6 months, it's $100,000 per family, 10 families. So we have to, at some point, we have to make a decision. Where do we let these programs end, right? Because we are going above and beyond what other local governments do in these situations. And that's what I have worried when we're tapping into so much into our strategic reserves, which I think we've drained the majority of it in over a year, less than a year. That's what has me worried, because we have an obligation to be ready for the next storm, and if we utilize a lot of our resources, those communities will be in a very difficult position, or will be in a difficult position to be able to deliver the services that they will need rapidly. So I just want to put that out on the table as well.
Supervisor Lopez has his hand.
Yes, okay, we'll go to Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the problem that I have, again, I'm happy to support this today, but I think the problem we're going to have with the public is the lack of common sense appearance on the outside when you're talking about these numbers. So we're talking about 10 families, 30 people, and if you break that down, for $50,000 a family, you could prepay rent for a year for each one of those families. So I'm just trying to understand, for that extra, I mean, we're talking almost $120,000 a family. And I know that there's more there, but for the public watching, we need to know what is that, because there is a basic math problem here. So can somebody just explain where the rest of that money is going to go in 6 months, rather than giving each of these families, that assistance of a $40,000 stipend to go towards housing?
So included in the budget is rapid rehousing funds, which includes deposits, landlord incentives, and they can subsidize rent for, I believe, up to 6 months. So there is actual housing funding that is put inside of there. They will have to have case managers that are dedicated to it. They will have to provide food. The rooms alone are incredibly expensive. They're, generally about $100 a night per family. Many families, as the administrative office, the CAO had mentioned, are taking up multiple rooms. So it's $300 per night per family in some cases. So that starts to get really high really fast by the end of the month. We do have the budget up right now. So there is going to be some contingencies in there: food, equipment, computers, transportation. There are staff, again, IT services. It is essentially going to be an emergency shelter, like a true emergency shelter that would be operated in the homeless service provider network. We, again, are hoping that people are housed much faster than 6 months. We have already had this conversation with Community Homeless Solutions. We are, hoping that a lot of the money can be returned to the county, and especially under these circumstances that we are in right now, and they understand. I'm sorry. Sure.
I would just add, and the bigger difference about, utilizing a social service provider like Community Homeless Solutions to operate this program really comes with the piece of the case management and that wraparound part. It isn't just paying for an individual's housing needs, but helping them remove the barriers so that once they are housed, they stay housed, and that this becomes a permanent solution for them. So that does cost more than just paying the rent and just paying their utility and getting them into a place. It's really trying to set the groundwork for them to maintain that, and for this to be a permanent solution.
And also to add on to that, there's expenses that are not being really discussed now. The amount of time that I personally have been putting into the non-congregate shelter and continue to put into it was not, we're not accounting that into the dollar amount that we're currently spending, and on all of the other staff that's also been deployed to help out with the Department of Emergency Management. There is, Sorry, I just lost my train of thought. Hopefully it'll come back.
Okay, let's take this to the for public comment. Any members of the public would like to comment on this item, which is item number 20 on our agenda? I don't see anybody in the chambers. Anybody online?
Yes.
Okay.
Raymond Casino.
Ray Cancino, Community Bridges.
Hi, Supervisors. Ray Cancino, Community Bridges CEO and partner to the county on this non-congregate shelter. I did want to obviously support this. I wanted to thank you and each one of you for such commitment to the community, for so much investment and for so much empathy that you provided in your response. I think that not only does this go beyond, this goes beyond. In the conversations that we've had with the case managers of the remaining 10 people, these folks have huge barriers and are not necessarily at this point in time ready or able to actually sustain market rate housing in any community. A lot of their barriers are both based on income. Some are based on the equation of how many members in their household versus what is being able to afford in their rent. And they're really in a situation where subsidized housing is really the only option. And it's really a conversation and transition these folks into your homeless shelter service process in a dignified and meaningful way that will hopefully, during the next course of the next 6 months, result in a subsidized housing option. And that is kind of the goal. And I think that the other part of this is the communication to the remaining families of where they're at. And so offering them current existing shelter beds when they do become available, knowing that there are a lot of restrictions in your current sheltering system, is also critical part of saving some of those dollars for the county for the next emergency. I think I also share in the need to try to recoup and save as much of these contingency reserves for the next coming winter's opportunity. And so I do ask and would ask that staff start communicating those opportunities when they become available, so those families can make an informed decision of entering into your regular shelter program when there are openings, and knowing that this is going to end at some point.
Thank you very much, Ray. Anyone else online?
Lisa Burns.
Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Lisa Griffin Burns, and I am the board chair of Community Homeless Solutions, and I wanted to thank the Board of Supervisors for their serious consideration of this program. And I do recognize that, as you were saying, that it is an expensive program, but I feel that serious consideration does need to be given as we're talking about families that are facing very serious circumstances with regard to their housing. And there was a comment made earlier in terms of the lack of perhaps common sense approach in terms of the cost of this program. And I want to maybe say that in terms of public visibility, I feel like that the Board of Supervisors would be received well on the part of the public, not only the Pajaro community, but the extended community in Monterey County, for this type of program that is going to bring to completion and fruition, as Ms. Askew said earlier, to serve the needs of the community that was so hit in such a devastating way because of those storms. And perhaps being able to use a program of this and the local funding that it is going to take if you do move to approve it, that perhaps can go back into an ongoing communication process. I know that our very amazing Director of Emergency Management Services does have a communication with FEMA and CalOS to communicate how local entities are hit by emergencies. And so there's a lot of messaging that can happen with this approving this type of program, in addition to ensuring that the families that would be served would have a much better chance of achieving permanent housing, which is really our goal. So thank you for your consideration of this program. And again, thank you so very much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Cam Stemler.
Kim, you're up.
Hi, sorry. Hello, supervisors and everyone else. And everyone that works in homelessness, I appreciate you so much. And I am speaking on my behalf, not on the behalf of any organization that I represent. I'm that person that Supervisor Lopez spoke about. And recently, I actually brought a woman to the attention of a bunch of homeless service providers who's 78 years old, broke her back, and living in a car. I also have a CSUMB student that's a single mom living with me right now because they don't have housing. And then there's another man that just came to my attention. So I think all of these people are deserving of housing. And when I split up this money at $4,000 a month, I see 250 months worth of rent in this money. And boy, do I believe that case management is important, but to spend all of this money just on 10 families when there are so many other people that need help as well, it's very difficult for me to see that this isn't an inefficient use of taxpayers' money. And I am somebody that cares so desperately about these people, but it's just because I've been in touch with 3 other people this week that also need this. So I don't know what to do. It's a hard thing, but when I look at these numbers, you could pay for a lot of rent. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stemler. And see no one else? Last call for public comments on this item. Okay, we'll bring this back. My last thing on this would be just reiterating those concerns, because we're going to be here 6 months from now, and we're going to say, do we extend this or not? I mean, at some point, these programs have to wind down, and that's why finding places for these families to transition into is going to be imperative, I think, over the next 6 months, because you wish you could be doing this longer, but our resources are limited here. And because we were going to close the hotels in July, then it was in August, then end of September. Now we're talking about March. But it is the right thing to do. But at some time, all our partners and our team and the residents have to know these programs end, and to utilize the resources when they're there to be able to transition to somewhere else, to a permanent place to live than a hotel room. Do we have a motion or other comments?
I actually was going to hold my comments till public was finished.
Yes, go ahead, Supervisor Church.
Yeah, I want to thank staff. I mean, I know there've been a couple of departments here really involved into this for a long time, and trying to find solutions for this. I mean, this is painful however you look at it. I mean, there's people that need help. It's extremely expensive, as has been pointed out. Plus, we're digging into dwindling reserves of funds. We have potential weather events coming up next year that will be probably causing problems somewhere in the county. And so we as Supervisor Askew and Alejo both, brought up there, we're facing some financial strains. I had, the same concerns Supervisor Lopez had on the appearance of this. Is basically looking at it, you could pay with $1 million for 3 years of rent for these 10 families. And it is expensive out there at $100 a night. That's about $3,000 a month, which actually isn't that far off from what it costs to rent homes at some many places in the county. So it's not an easy solution. Well, we don't really have we're not really set up to to use these funds in some kind of way to provide long-term homes. And if we even did that, then what about the people who have been in this shelter? They wouldn't have been part of this. And so we're sort of punishing the people that have been able to find homes that way too, by if we were to do something as been suggested, sort of alluding to it in a way of subsidizing things. You know, as you look at this, these folks here, these 10 families aren't just victims of the flood, but they're victims of societal problems. I mean, they had a problem with housing before this. This is why they don't have homes to go back to. They were not healthy homes to be living in. They were not permitted homes to be in. So this is not just a flooding issue we're dealing with here, but we're dealing with so much as Ms. Stimler referred to, sort of the societal problem, a homeless problem. And I think we probably need to look into finding solutions with this. If we're going to face these problems occasionally, we're going to have to find some way that is more affordable. I mean, right now, I don't see how we can work out of this. We're kind of into a corner. And when you're in a corner, you don't have a lot of options, and you got to go for what's expensive. But we got to find a cheaper way to approach this in the future, because I don't think it's ending right here. We're going to have other problems that come up, other parts of this county, and we need to have ways in which we can spend less money and still get the same result. I don't know, we put this money into here, that a year from now or 2 years from now, these folks are going to be in a better situation. You can give all the counseling you want, but that doesn't put dollars in your wallet, doesn't put money in your bank account, doesn't give you a better home. So I raise this up just because we need to look at this as a problem, and we need to be prepared for it next time.
Definitely. Yes, final comments here, Supervisor Askew and Supervisor Adams?
One final comment, since we're having this conversation and dedicating money to continue keeping folks in shelter. That shelter is located, has been located in different communities. When we have, and just to be really clear, when we have people staying in hotels as their shelter for more than 30 days, that jurisdiction doesn't receive TOT tax revenue for residents who are there for over 30 days. I just want to thank the City of Watsonville for being committed as a partner to keep people sheltered during times of crisis. And I want to acknowledge and thank the City of Marina for currently providing the hotel that is sheltering folks, recognizing that there is in fact a loss of TOT revenue in those situations. The county's putting general fund money towards solutions, and we've had a number of our different cities putting their general fund dollars towards solutions to keep people in shelter. And there's been some discussion about that, but I just want to go very clearly on the record and acknowledge that everyone is required and needed at the table to be a part of this solution, and recognizing those who are in a multitude of ways through the in-kind support of giving up that TOT, whether it's by choice or not. The reality is that we can't do this on our own. The county's making significant investments of dollars, and that's part of a bigger effort to keep people from becoming unhoused, which we know costs our entire system significantly more money. So thank you.
Thank you. I've just been sitting here just struck by all of this, because we keep referring to these people, and every one of them has a name. And I don't want to lose sight of that, that we're really talking about people here. And there's a part of me that still feels that, the levee broke, and that's the reason that they are in the circumstance that they are. It's very much understand what you were saying, Supervisor Church, about, were they not in this, they were they were poorly housed beforehand. And, that it was certainly not by their choice. Sometimes I feel like I'm a first world person trying to solve third world problems, and that that doesn't work. I have to agree that $1 million is a lot of money for 10 people for 6 months.
10 families.
And pardon?
10 families.
10 families, yes, sorry. And I'm just wondering how effective it would be if we were to try to do just 3 months, just till the end of the year, if we were able to put them in to contract with Housing Solutions, to see if within 3 months we're able to find a place for them. Because as we all know, it doesn't work unless they're housed first and then the services are wrapped around. So I'm just wondering if that might be something that we could take a look at.
We would have to pull the item and go back and renegotiate the contract to see if it is viable or feasible, excuse me. I think that it is possible for some of those families to be housed within 3 months. I think that there will still be a remaining few. In homeless services in general, it takes about 6 months from beginning to end, and we're talking about a variety of different vulnerability or acuity levels of people, but in general, it's about 6 months. One could argue that we have had them in the non-congregate shelter since May, so a lot of that initial footwork has already been done. But it's really hard to tell because I've never been in this situation. We're making a lot of assumptions at this point based off of the data on similar things that we've dealt with.
All right. Last comment I would just say about cities and these programs, it's not always altruistic as we want to have it appear. The recent Marina City Council, their council wasn't even aware that it wasn't a disaster shelter program. It was a homelessness program that had existed for 3 years. And when they found about it, they were ranting and raving about lost TOT recently. So it wasn't like they were stepping up to be part of a solution. The council was not aware of this program that was created during the COVID pandemic. And the majority of the council that I heard were all making comments about lost TOT and trying to recoup those costs. So I just want to put that on record because it alarmed me that what seemed to be the biggest concern was lost TOT rather than stepping up to be part of addressing homelessness in our county and in their own community. Is there a motion on this?
Happy to make the motion.
Yes.
Support the recommendation from staff, appreciating staff work, and hearing that there's a commitment to hopefully not expend the full amount with a commitment to get people into that permanent housing as quickly as possible. Thank you.
I'll second.
Yes, I think the goal conveyed here is trying to get as many of those 10 families into housing sooner rather than wait until the very end. With that said, there's been a motion second, and if we could call for the vote.
Supervisor Church?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Askew? Aye. Supervisor Adams? And Chair Supervisor Alejo.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0 unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you for trusting us with this. We're going to get to work now.
You've been working. Just more work.
More.
All right. We're going to other board matters. We're going to go to our CAO officer comments.
No updates for today. Thank you.
Not today? Okay. We have no new referrals to report. Let's just go to board comments then. And we'll start with Supervisor Church.
Thank you. So let's see. Just one item in particular to bring up, and that was the forum we had last week out in Castroville on the battery facilities. It was well attended, well over 100 people, plus whoever was there online. Representatives from PG&E, Vistra, Tesla, a lot of county officials there, and other officials from other agencies. But it was very good questions from the public. The feedback I got was very, very positive. I think it was a good open step on getting information out to addressing some concerns, and hopefully moving us forward on any other questions that may be arising, and having so much more of an open door between the community and these facilities. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to share with everybody that last week RCRC in Monterey went extremely well. I want to thank our host district, District 5, Supervisor Adams. Thanks for opening your doors and for having us there. It was great to see almost all my colleagues there. It was a great time, and nearly $68,000 were raised for the communities of Butte County who are still recovering from the Paradise Fire. So that was wonderful. CAO joined us, and in fact, some of her comments were heavily relayed to the board Friday morning at our board meeting in terms of what a great job we're doing in Monterey. So thank you, CAO De La Rosa, for joining us as well. Just want to share that as we move forward next year, that will be in Santa Rosa, and look forward to hosting it there next year as I become chair of that organization in January. I want to thank our Speaker Rivas, who filled in for Secretary Crowfoot, who got pulled away at the last minute. So I want to thank him for stepping up and coming over and joining us and being our lunchtime speaker of the opening day of the conference. But with that, looking forward to keeping my distance from all of you for a few more days and then getting back out there and being shoulder to shoulder with you as we continue to address the problems of Monterey County. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you staying home today. None of us want to get sick. Let's go to Supervisor Adams.
Thank you very much. I have just 3 quick things. First, I'm looking forward to attending the Diocese of Monterey's Blue Mass for law enforcement and first responders at 10 o'clock this Friday at San Carlos Cathedral in downtown Monterey. And then secondly, I want to tell you about a circumstance I found myself in. I had an interaction with the Monterey Police Department, and I want to give a shout out to them. I happened to be an observer of a situation up at Del Monte Shopping Center this past week, and there was a person who was, I would assume that it was either alcohol, drugs, or some form of mental illness in a store, who was brandishing a artificial gun, a play gun. And I didn't know this. None of the people where I was knew it. So all of a sudden here, these 8 policemen with, guns and everything coming to the door of the place where we were. And, it was tense. There's no question about it. And so, at one point when we heard them go into the business next door, and, there were several of us inside the place where I was who were really frightened because of what we have seen and heard in other communities. One false move, and we have another tragedy on our hands. But I have to tell you, the poise and the patience and the professionalism that the Monterey City Police Department showed was outstanding. Without any hullabaloo, they put the fellow in a police car and took him away. I don't know what happened beyond that, but just to have been able to observe this. So I want to give a special shout out to the 2 who gave me their cards, and that is Officer Brandon Laniert and Officer Chad Ventimiglia. I think the City of Monterey and their men in blue deserve a real hand up for that. So thank you for that. And then on Monday of this coming week, I'm really looking forward, she said, lying, to my birthday. So thank you.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
We'll celebrate early. Let's
Thank you. I've got a handful of things here. I just want to remind folks we have some town hall meetings scheduled, and Wednesday with Wendy virtual online town hall scheduled next month. So check our website for details on those. I want to, Joelle, if you're watching, we gave some kudos to our IT department for the improvements here in the board chambers. But I know that our clerk of the board team, going back many years, have been advising IT on what was needed to happen here. So we shout out to IT, but also want to give a big shout out to our clerk of the boards team for helping to get us up and running with all of these amazing new improvements. So thank you, Valerie, and to your current team and your former team as well. Thanks, Joelle. We have a new intern in the District 4 office. We want to welcome Fernanda Lopez-Higuera, who's an intern from CSUMB. She's working in our office on a weekly basis. It's great to have her perspective in our conversations. This past Saturday, we were joined by Assemblywoman Dawn Addis and at the Marina Family Health Clinic, as well as with our health health clinic and health department team, the Assemblywoman presented a $1.5 million check to the county in support of our project to get a brand new marina health clinic built in a location to be confirmed here soon. So thank you to the state for supporting us in that. With that project, we're going to be able to triple, possibly quadruple the number of patients who are assigned to the marina health clinic and add a desperately needed dental care for Medi-Cal patients on the peninsula. I had a chance to join the Cal Travel Summit last week and join Rob O'Keefe and our C Monterey team to welcome folks to Monterey County. They were right next door to the RCRC conference, and I think there was some good interconnection of relationships that happened as a result of that near proximity. Also last week, we recognized Sylvia Panetta as a recipient of the Women's Leadership Council Award through the CSUMB Women's Leadership Council. Always great to honor incredible women in our community. And then also this weekend, it's been a busy week, I want to congratulate the city of Seaside on hosting their 3rd annual Oaxaca by the Sea event. My team had a great time at the event, and we were able to welcome representatives from Seaside's sister city who were present to celebrate and bring a celebration of shared cultures into our community. So lots more going on, but just wanted to highlight just a few of the things that we've been busy out in the community doing. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And then I would ask my board if I could reserve my time just to adjourn in memory of Salinas police officer Jorge Ernesto Alvarado. The news just broke a few hours ago, so I'd like to save my time for that. But if we could go to a readout of a closed session by County Council from the Board of Supervisors and the Board of Supervisors of the Water Resources Agency.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board. There was no reportable action today in closed session for either agency.
Thank you very much. And if, with your permission, I just want to ask or announce that it's with great sadness that we express our condolences on the passing of Salinas police officer Jorge Ernesto Alvarado, who was lovingly known as Blue. He died last Thursday on September 21st, 2023, following a medical emergency. He was only 45 years old. Officer Alvarado was a beloved member of the Salinas Police Department and dedicated City of Salinas employee. He was also fallen Officer J.D. Alvarado's older brother. Officer Alvarado devoted his life to serving others. He began a career in law enforcement in 2005 with Soledad Police Department and transferred to Salinas Police Department in early 2007. He proudly served the Salinas community for more than 16 years and was a member of the gang task force and the field training officer. Prior to law enforcement, he served honorably. He served our nation honorably in the United States Army, the 101st Airborne Division. He was discharged in 2003 with the rank of corporal. He leaves behind his wife, his children, parents, brothers, and extended family. He also leaves many brothers and sisters in uniform. The Salinas Police Department extended its deepest condolences to the Alvarado family and will keep them in their thoughts and prayers. Public rosary and viewing will be held at Struve Laporte on October 6th from 1 to 6 p.m. And the Mass will be held at Madonna del Sasso Church on October 7th at 10 a.m. During the time of mourning, the Alvarado family appreciates your prayers and respectfully asks for privacy. Officer Jorge Ernesto Alvarado, you will be missed, and your service to our communities and to our Monterey County is greatly appreciated by all our residents and this Board of Supervisors. With that, we will adjourn in his memory. Thank you very much.
Test, 1, 2, 3. You hearing me? Yes?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay.
Huh.
What are you getting first, video or audio?
I'm getting audio first. Let's try 100 milliseconds, see what that does.
Okay.
Try again.
Ready?
Ready. Still lagging a little bit. 200 milliseconds. Try again. That's better.
What did it take?
200 milliseconds.
Woo! So we good?
I think we're good.
All right. I'll let.
I think it's close enough to where it won't, it's negligible. It can probably shift a few milliseconds here or there, but it's close enough to me where it's not too distracting. And you'll have to unmute.